The System Builder, 4th edition, by Xuan Nguyen. Make a wish. Have a dream. See the vision. Live the mission. Follow the system. Build a team. Be somebody.
Disclaimer. This book is intended for internal use only, not for public distribution. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form, except for educational and training purposes within the company. No statement, illustration, graph, or other representation in the training manual is intended to form a contractual agreement or to modify or to supplement any existing contractual agreement between the company, the author, and the members. Illustrations in the manual of how recruiting others to join our organization can affect commissions of members are not a representation of past or projected future earnings of the members. The System Builder is intended as a guide to help an agent through the process of building a sales organization. Only licensed individuals may speak about products and services offered. Sales are made based on the needs, product suitability, and affordability of the clients. The personal financial strategy is a customized suitability and needs analysis. The analysis is based upon information obtained from sources believed to be reliable and accurate. Members are not required to purchase any product or service of any kind in exchange for becoming or remaining a member. While many people have experienced successful careers, this book represents individual member experiences. As each individual differs, so are his/her specific results. Work ethic patterns, activity levels, and dedication all play significant roles in determining the outcome that one may achieve and in his/her ability to control his/her destiny on an ongoing basis. This statement is not intended to, nor does it represent that any current member's individual results are representative of what all participants achieve when following the information contained in this book. The author and publisher shall have neither liability nor responsibility to any person or entity with respect to any loss or damage caused or alleged to have been caused, directly or indirectly, by the information contained in this book. This book is sold with the understanding that the publisher and author are not engaged in rendering legal, accounting, or other professional advice or services. The views and opinions expressed in The System Builder are the views of Xuan Nguyen and do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of any other person or company.
Preface. It may sound strange, but even though I grew up in the business, I never really knew what my parents did, and honestly, I never cared to know. When I first started going to the meetings, I thought the people in the business were a bunch of weirdos. These people worked on Friday nights and Saturday mornings. They had to be crazy. And at conventions, people who looked like adults danced on chairs, wore the same shirt 3 days in a row, and shouted like cheerleaders. Weird is an understatement. So when my parents asked me to help out by taking pictures at the annual convention, I came into the event as a skeptical photographer, but I left a true believer. What I saw amazed me. I saw doctors, lawyers, and engineers abandon their status and security for a dream and a mission. I saw women, minorities, and immigrants leading the doctors, lawyers, and engineers. I saw equality, empowerment, and a passion for a meaningful cause. I saw a business of people helping people, and I too wanted to lend a helping hand. When the convention was over, I found myself not wanting it to end. I asked my parents when the next convention would take place. They told me March. I'd have to wait 2 months. Then it hit me. People are willing to give up their weekends, spend their hard-earned money, and fly across the country to learn how to be successful in this business. They need this information badly, I thought, and they need it all the time, especially new people joining the business every day. With that in mind, I proposed that my dad gather all of his knowledge and experience into a book, so that anybody, even the newest person, could shorten their learning curve and start building the business as fast as possible. My dad thought it was a great idea. In fact, he told me that for a long time he had wanted to write a book about how to build a successful business through the system. Due to space constraints, it was impossible for us to cover every topic of this business. But we tried our best to include the issues most relevant to the entrepreneurs who are out in the field making a difference for families and building their businesses every day. In this 4th edition, we continue to make the system more clear, readable, and enjoyable for the new and existing team member. We hope this book serves as a useful and inspirational guide to builders everywhere. In concert with the spirit of the team, the creation of this book was a team effort. Many thanks to everyone in the team and the home office for their contributions and feedback. Nick Wynn, editor.
Introduction. It dawned on me while preparing this 4th edition that 10 years has passed since I started this project. Believe me, writing a book has never been my fondest idea, especially when English is not my native language. Furthermore, writing a book about organizing, building, and systematizing a large number of people is an even more momentous task. The irony of all of this is why I expressed my idea about it. Our team has yet to fully accomplish our mission. So it's like a group of miners digging a tunnel through a mountain and then writing an instruction book about it at the same time. This book, like our mission, remains a work in progress. So when the millennium began, my business suffered a prolonged decline. After countless efforts to fix the problem with little results, we realized that we need a new approach and a new vision to build a future. So in January 2001 at the Houston Reliant Park, we launched the System Flow, simple solution for building a big business. Excited by the discovery of the system that would lead a new person step by step from start to finish in their pursuit to become a successful business person. Because up until that point, all we knew was only how to recruit a person, get them out of the field, and help them with the financial solution. But with the System Flow, we was able to push these people to the next level of building a business that lasts. So in the summer of the following year, we released the 1st edition of the System Builder book. This was an attempt to systematize the whole organization through the System Flow. The early version was based on double-digit recruiting in the base. Then 2004 came, and a new breakthrough for the System Builder materialized. The MD Club system emphasized fast start and duplication. The concept of an MD factory meant building more outlets while solidifying building efforts. Continue to simplify and unify the new system. The 2nd edition of the System Builder describes how simple, clear, fast, and doable it is for everybody to build. Great progress follows. The number of both recruit and production steadily improve. As we experience our newfound success, our understanding of and confidence in the system grew. The 3rd edition of the System Builder was thus launched in 2007 to incorporate all the new discovery. We also added color to the text to make it more readable. The system worked, and we worked the system. During this tremendous run from 2007 until today, we focus more on the system rather than on promotion to build our business. We improve our meeting mentality, building from event to event. And as we continue to simplify our material and presentation, it's not good enough to tell people to keep it simple. We have to provide them with the tool to do it. Thus, this 4th edition is an overdue update on an ongoing process. The belief in the building people and the confidence to build a new distribution system in the financial industry have never been so strong. As we move forward toward building the new industry, we do believe that we can work together, utilize a powerful system to duplicate and systematize anyone. With a strong discipline and a great desire to win, We will build a solid financial distribution system that will change the world and provide hope to so many people whose life we touch. Sun Wen, System Builder. What would you do if you knew exactly how to win?
The system flow. If you want 1 year of prosperity, grow grain. If you want 10 years of prosperity, grow trees. If you want 100 years of prosperity, grow people. Chinese proverb.
The System Builder.
Don't just sell, build.
For a long time, starting a business was a lonely and risky endeavor. The rate of failure was so high that only a small number of businesses survived. Even for the ones that succeeded, few were able to grow big or transfer the business to the next generation. All that changed when Ray Kroc started the new marketing revolution with McDonald's franchising system. What was considered unpredictable became quite predictable. What was considered hard to build now became so easy to duplicate. Ray Kroc made McDonald's business model so simple to operate that anyone could do it. This distribution revolution totally changed the way people do business. Whereas before you needed special skills or lots of luck, now all you need is a workable, predictable system.
You run the system will run your business. Look at the Marines. After basic training, men and women come out walking like a Marine, talking like a Marine, dressing like a Marine, and fighting like a Marine. With the proper training system, the Marines can ensure a predictable outcome. McDonald's has similar beliefs. After finishing Hamburger University training, any franchisee can build, operate, and open more franchises.
The speed of duplication has spread to almost every industry, from food to furniture to fitness, except for the financial industry. For decades, the old ways of doing the business have barely changed. Most people in the industry are working for financial companies as employees and captive agents. Some are independent brokers or agency owners, but almost all of them are salespeople. A few have agents working for them, but they have no system. They are small, and they only work their local area. For as long as I can remember, being a salesman was the most unstable way for someone trying to make a living. It's said that every morning salespeople wake up, they are unemployed until they make a sale. They are hunters, not farmers. They have to hunt every day to survive. Otherwise, they will starve. The unfortunate part is that although the financial industry is a multi-trillion-dollar industry, the big companies make the lion's share of the money, while the people working for them have to go to work every day to earn a living. Time for a change. We can build a predictable system in one of the largest industries in the world, the financial industry. In the past 2 decades, the system builder, a new breed of entrepreneur, emerged. The system builder believes that it is possible to build a big organization using a duplicatable system. Our ambition is to build a MD factory, duplicating large numbers of marketing directors. MDs are the system builders of the financial distribution revolution. The system flow is the system to turn our dream into a reality. Our system helps entrepreneurs from all walks of life, with little to no experience, to build many MDs in different locations throughout the US, Canada, and eventually worldwide. If you have the dreams, we will provide you the vehicle.
System builder, the solution for building a big business.
Entering the system.
Find something you believe in and put your life to fight for it.
Starting a new business takes an incredible amount of effort and usually costs a fortune to start up. Typically, one must find a new location, lease space, hire and train employees, experience setbacks, learn tricks of the trade, maintain payrolls, track inventory, and so much more. Despite all that, the entrepreneur who starts a new business knows what he or she is getting into and is prepared for the challenges. How about you? Do you know what you're getting yourself into? Someone invited you to look into a great opportunity. They are excited. You feel good about it. You make a decision to join. However, in this business, many of us start out with much curiosity, but with little preparation. Many people join our business suddenly, and thus they are not well prepared for the challenges they will face, nor do they understand how our system works. The unfortunate part is that few of them are willing to get started to learn or stay long enough to understand. You must give yourself enough time. It takes months to receive basic training. It takes 2 to 3 years to build a good team. And it takes at least 5 years to have a business in multiple locations and to build a solid foundation for your future. You are in business for yourself, but not by yourself. The foundation of all good systems is its supporting architecture. In fact, great systems come with good instruction, planning, guidance, and continuous support. Luckily, there are field trainers, supportive mentorship, home office backup services, regular training from product providers, classroom training, as well as big events. All of these supporting structures exist to assist you in your new business venture. Thus, new trainees will be in a strong position to learn the system and start running the system the day they join.
A system is a set of instructions and guidelines for the builder to follow in order to move toward their goal successfully.
You must be disciplined. The system is useless unless you follow it. You must have strong discipline to be a system builder. Discipline means that you must do the things that make you successful even though you may not like to do it. You must have physical discipline. Most people start the business on a part-time or second career basis. After a full day's work, you now add on extra hours to learn the business. The flesh may be weak, but your spirit must be willing to overcome this challenge.
The first 90 days, you must be out in the field and attend all meetings to get familiarized with the system.
Add to that the emotional challenges. Even harder than overcoming exhaustion are the rejection, the doubt, the criticism, and the negativity you will face from the people you come into contact with about the business. Many of these people are your friends, relatives, and people you care about. You must develop strong emotional discipline to maintain a positive attitude and move on with your business. The spirit of the system. Believe. Some people have to see to believe. Some believe before they see. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Belief is the first step. You must believe in your future. You must know deep in your heart that you will be successful, that you're destined to be great.
To be a champ, you have to believe in yourself when no one else will. Sugar Ray Robinson.
Trust. In a system built on people, trust is the number one ingredient you need to build a team. Living in a world of bad news, con men, and scams, we learn to be hesitant and skeptical. Imagine how hard it would be to do anything if everyone in our team acted the same way. You won't be successful unless you learn to open up and trust the people you work with.
A fool is someone who trusts everyone. A fool is also someone who trusts no one. In your life, you must trust someone sometime.
The integrity of our system is the mutual investment of time. you invest your time to learn the business, and the trainer invests their time to teach you the business. They will become successful only if you become successful. Have a goal of greatness.
Obstacles are those things you see when you take your eyes off the goal. Hannah More.
If you work the system will work for you. But what is your expectation? What is your goal? Without a clear goal, most people will not be successful. The system is the vehicle, but you must provide the destination. You must manifest in your mind your purpose for doing this business. Many people want to be financially independent. However, few can say the exact amount of money they need to be considered wealthy or the target date to achieve it. When you put your goals down on paper, you have a concrete plan. Take time to think about what you want in life. Then the system will be at your service.
It's your life. Be specific.
The importance of the system.
If you want to be big, you need to have a system.
You only need a system if you want to be big. If you want to do it small, you don't need a system. If you want to sell all by yourself, who cares about a system? But if you want something to duplicate and multiply, if you want something somebody can follow, not just you, then you need to have a system.
If you open one restaurant, you don't need a system. But if you want to open 10 restaurants, then you got to have a system. If you want to build thousands, you got to be a system builder.
Unfortunately, a large number of people don't see themselves being big. Hence, they hardly pay any attention to a system. Builders love the system. It's clear that great builders of any kind, great coaches, great entrepreneurs, great engineers, great schools, great companies, great governments, all rely heavily on a workable, predictable system. Great achievement should be system-driven rather than personality-driven. Small minds pay attention to personal skills and techniques. Big minds pay attention to the system. Thus, if you want to be big, you don't want talented people in your team. You want system builders.
Would you rather be a 5-star chef or the owner of a chain of McDonald's?
Does it mean that a strong-willed person with an attractive character won't be needed or do well? In fact, many of them do quite well, but if they make it because of their skill, talent, and charisma, they're not duplicatable. People would say, "Look at the special strengths he possesses, only he can do it." In such case, he appears to be above the system. Eventually, their growth will be limited.
Most personality-driven businesses tend to be temporary and small.
However, if he uses his inner strength to run the system, to be more duplicatable, he can do it bigger and faster. He can be a great duplicator. The system builder, the ultimate entrepreneur. Your main purpose is to build a large team and a big business, and you must build it through the system. It's tough to build the system. Like a railroad track, it's a pain to build the track, but when it's done, it's easy to run on. Likewise, it's hard to set up a system in your hierarchy, but when it's set, the team can grow bigger, faster. Building a team that follows the system takes tremendous discipline and sacrifice. Follow the system. You must master the system and follow the system religiously. If you want your team to copy you, you can't follow it once in a while. You must do it all the time.
You must create a culture of discipline to follow the system.
A system creates duplication and multiplication. If your first generation duplicates you, your second generation will duplicate your first, and your third will duplicate your second, and on and on. That is duplication and multiplication.
Systematize to multiply.
Your highway to success. Building your business without a system is like driving a car without a map or directions. Hence, the system shows you step by step exactly what you need to do to arrive at your destination. Without the system, confusion, frustration, chaos, internal conflict, uncoachability, unteachability, discouragement, quitting. Submission to the system. The system is the product of thousands of people's efforts, many years of accumulated experience, and a few million mistakes. It has consistently been proven to be effective and has produced great success for many builders. Of course, no system is perfect, especially a system that intends to build people. Don't try to change the system until you've understood and mastered it. That's like buying a McDonald's and tailoring it to your own taste and style. Everything we do, the way we build, there is a reason behind it. Be a student of the business.
You run the system runs your business. The system flow. A simple solution for building a big business. A powerful growth machine. A clear, focused system. A plan to simplify and multiply. A vast new prospect market. An explosion of presentations and production. Predictable and duplicatable. Lowers barriers for all builders. Easy to monitor. Goal-driven, clear aim for next step. Wide, deep, exponential growth. A fast, efficient way to build a big base. Train more trainers. Creates urgency and momentum. Mobilizes old and new builders. Fosters teamwork. Increases taprooting. Liberates builders for expansion. And more. The more you do, the more you understand, the more you love it.
MD, the product of our system.
You must try to qualify for MD in 90 days.
All good things come with being a marketing director. MD, the ultimate position. You achieve the highest level in the system. You also have the most accountability and responsibility, like every leader and builder in the system. You start to run your own base shop, your own business. However, MD is a beginning, not the end. This is the moment that you have to increase more personal activity, field training, and leading by example. Your potential income is huge. Build a big base. The more MDs you build, the more secure your future income will be. You must become an MD first and duplicate the process to build an MD factory.
MD is the final product of our system. Thus, either you're a MD or you're a MD to be.
Focus on MD.
3 simple steps to MD. 1. Submit license. 2. MD Club. 3. MD.
MD is your business. MD is your outlet. Your total focus is to identify, build, and lead a large team of MDs. Your daily activities should comprise of anything that helps you build new MDs. There will be big and small MDs, but those who have more MDs will be more successful. Everyone must know the MD guidelines. Everyone must follow the MD checklist and know where they stand. Keep it simple. Anyone who is serious about the business must get their license, qualify for MD Club, then qualify for MD as soon as possible. If you have a chance to build outlets like McDonald's, the question is, how many can you build? How fast can you build them? And how many cities should you build in?
Those who control distribution control the market. Builders who control large networks of MDs control the future. 7-step duplication. 7 and 7. Complete the 7 steps in 7 days. 1. Submit license. 2. Meet the spouse. 3. Prospect list. 4. Field presentation BMP. 5. Personal financial strategy. 6. MD Club 3330. 7. Duplication. The perfect copy machine. The prospect list. Your fortune list.
The MD trainee.
The raw material of the system.
The wrong material. If you run a factory, it's critical to make sure the raw materials you bring to the factory are the right ones. For example, if you run a cake factory, you must have the correct ingredients. And not only must the ingredients be right, they must also be in the proper amount. Otherwise, the outcome will be a bad cake or no cake at all. The same principles apply to our business. For example, how many times have you brought people into the business and it turns out they do nothing or they hardly even start? Once? Twice? 10 times? 100 times? Why do some do while most don't? Why do some cooperate and follow the system, yet others fail to submit to the system and complete simple tasks? Who's at fault? When things go wrong, are the raw materials to blame or the factory manager who failed to bring in the right materials? When people come in with the wrong attitude, is that because of them or because of the attitude of the person bringing them in? To a large extent, we're the ones to blame. Who wants it? Does the new person want this business more, or do you want him to be in the business more? If the new person doesn't want it more than you, he won't do it based on his own will. He won't be proactive. He will be reactive. He will need to be motivated constantly. Who's in control? When the trainer seems to have all the time in the world for the trainee, yet the trainee doesn't have time or doesn't make time, what kind of training can you provide? Who follows whom? Should the teacher follow the student, the coach follow the player, the trainer follow the trainee, or should it be the other way around? Look for the right material. 1. License is submitted right away. No license, no business. What's the point of training a person when they don't even submit the paperwork to get licensed? 2. Get the spouse and family on board. If their partner or family is not supportive or even against the business, how much of a chance is there for them to survive long term? 3. Share a strong vision. Develop a great prospect list. Unless the couple sees the business, commits to develop a great prospect list, and continues the commitment to build more names to dominate the market, it's likely they won't be successful in this business. 4. Both can go out in the field, not only the trainee. If the spouse supports them in the business, they can both go out in the field as well as invite people for home business presentation meetings. This shows commitment and belief in the business. It's also critical that they learn and duplicate the business. 5. They buy into the mission. It's so important that they understand the financial concepts, the personal financial strategy, and that they see how we help people. They must believe in what we do.
Something to believe in. Do they believe? Do you believe? Recruit the person who wants to join. Sell to the person who wants to buy. Build with the person who wants to build.
The prospect list, PPL.
The prospect list is where it all begins.
What's a prospect list? A prospect list is a list of people who may or may not join you. It's also a list of people who may or may not buy from you. Someone you think may join you may not, and someone you think may not join you may. Set no limits for your prospect list. Shoot for at least 100 names. Everybody knows at least 200 to 300 people. Many people have more than that in their cell phone. Remind them this is just the beginning. Doing prospect list is part of the job, a daily business routine. Highlight the top 25 prospects. Identify the first 5 people you will contact.
Everybody is a prospect. Every person you know is a prospect. Every person a prospect knows is a prospect. Every person you have ever met and will ever meet is a prospect. Every person who walks, talks, and breathes within 10 feet of you is a prospect.
Prospect list mentality.
You are one prospect list away from an explosion.
Most great builders are great recruiters. And, of course, great recruiters are great prospectors. Create a habit of prospecting. You can never do the prospect list one time and be done with your business. You must eat, sleep, and breathe prospect list until you become financially independent. By focusing on your prospect list every day, your mind will work in miraculous ways to seek names for you.
Remember, there will be times when you try to remember somebody and you can't think of their name right away. Yet a few days later, this name will pop up.
It is so critical that you have a prospect list mentality, that you duplicate it consistently to your teammates, and that they duplicate it to their teammates. Otherwise, your team won't survive.
You can never build a big team unless every one of your team members has a prospect list mentality.
The prospect list is your inventory. Have you ever gone to a restaurant with little food in the kitchen, or to a grocery store with empty shelves? How about a repair shop with no parts? If you own a restaurant or a grocery store, your inventory is food. If you run a repair shop, your inventory are parts. We are in the people business. Our inventory is the prospect list, our list of names. No new lists, no new names, no new inventory, and you're out of business. A typical person should always have a minimum of 50 names on a list at any given time to maintain activities. A typical base shop should have 500 plus names at any given time to have daily activities.
If your team is struggling, the first thing you need to do is check their prospect lists and then their agendas for appointments. You will find the answer to the problems very quickly.
You cannot expect to go into this business and do prospect list one time only. You cannot expect to be successful by just listing a handful of your friends and relatives. You must work relentlessly to come up with more names.
The last time most people did the prospect list was a long, long time ago.
Prospecting every day. The key element of prospecting is regular contact with your prospects. Contact your prospects every day. Follow up on your prospects every day. Update your list every day.
You never know which name on that list will become your next superstar.
Have a prospect list with you at all times.
Don't go prospect. Prospect as you go.
A name and a phone number should be written down ASAP. Your memory doesn't always give you a second chance. Great prospectors are always ready to write down names. They carry a small notepad, a prospect list, or a prospect book at all times. A notepad or a piece of paper will do the job, but the prospect book will keep and organize these names for the long term. It's your greatest asset. Keep it, update it, follow up.
Maintaining a prospect list is like a business person looking into their balance sheet every day.
You get paid to prospect. Think about it this way. If you are licensed and you prospect 10 people and get 1 recruit, and assuming 1 recruit will generate 1 sale that is hypothetically worth $1,000, then each prospect is worth $100 whether they join or not. Thus, when you contact one person, if they say no, don't think as if you failed. Instead, think as if you gained $100. When you contact the second person, think as if you gained $200. And when you contact the 10th person, think as if you will get 1 recruit and 1 sale. Mentally, this concept can help you prospect and contact people.
Salespeople look for a sale to get paid. Builders look for prospects to recruit. When the recruits come, the sales will follow.
Your prospects are your natural market. In this industry, there are a lot of sales organizations buying leads or lists of names. They have to pay a good amount of money for these cold lists in hopes of making a sale. On the other hand, most names on our prospect list are from our warm market, our natural circle of friends, relatives, and acquaintances.
Every day in America and the world over, there are thousands of people contacting and calling people. They don't worry about the no's. They just pay attention to the yeses. That is how they get paid.
The good thing about the warm market is the established relationships and trust. You can approach them easier and faster. The warmest list, sometimes called the flat tire list. These are your closest people. You can call for help at any time, any place. They will be there for you, and you will be there for them. These are the people that you can drop by, stop by, anytime. The warm list. The people you know well. The people who would show up at family gatherings and important events. The lukewarm list. The larger circle of people you know. Acquaintances. People you do business with and work with. People at church, parties. Anybody whom you know their names and faces.
Can you handle the no? If you put 1 crab in the basket, it will climb out easily. But if you put a bunch of crabs in, none can escape because any crab attempting to climb out will be pulled back by many other crabs. Welcome to the real world. New recruits will find out that the people closest to them will say no to them. Not only that, many of them will express doubt, negativity, and criticism. Builder's note. Most people don't want to change. They even don't want others to change. This is why in the great land of opportunity, most people would rather struggle every day to make a living than find a way to make a fortune.
Three ways to do PPL with a new recruit. 1. Hand out a top 25 list. If you hand out a top 25 list to your new recruit and ask him to bring it back, he may never return. This person will think of endless reasons why his uncle, his sister, his cousin, his best friend, and his coworker would not join. If the person does come back, the list he hands you is little more than a bunch of odd names and cold numbers. You might as well open the phone book and start dialing. 2. Prospect list in the office without the spouse. If you do the prospect list in the office without the spouse, you will get a limited list. Do this only if you don't have any other option or if you need to go out in the field right away. 3. Prospect list in the home with the spouse. Doing the prospect list in the home with the spouse is by far the best way to do the prospect list. When you do the prospect list in the person's home, they open the door for you to do business with them.
A simple rule. If I can invite this person into my home and he can invite me into his home, we could be in business together.
The minute a team member lets you into his home, sits you down at the kitchen table, and offers you a beverage, you know you're in business.
What's the point of recruiting a person who would not trust you?
You get a chance to build a relationship with your new business partners. Take the time to get to know your team. Take a slow approach and go faster rather than take a fast approach and go nowhere. I'd rather have time for 5 people than have no time for 100 people.
How can you retain people if you don't know them?
Take the time to quantify your team's prospect list. With your help, you can get more names from them than if they did the prospect list without you.
Why spend days to make a sale and not even spend 1 hour to get a prospect list? Why recruit a person and forget the PPL that can bring in 10 more?
Take the time to qualify your team's prospect list. Knowing everybody well on the list gives you a better idea whom you'll have a better chance to do business with. Know their age, their job, their situation, etc. The more you know, the deeper connection you can make.
Increase effectiveness. Minimize failures.
You recruit the spouse. One of the biggest problems we have in this business is a spouse who doesn't know what their partner is doing all night. Defuse a bomb before it explodes. Get to know the spouse. Show them what we do. Sell them the dream. This builds great confidence for the family. You never know. The spouse may be more excited about the business than your team member. You double your market. When you do the prospect list with both partners, you enlarge your market twofold. You will get a larger prospect list and a lot more referrals. You create a shared market. Their prospect list is also your prospect list. Since they are on your team, it's your market too. Even if they stop doing the business, those people on the list may need your help. Thus, take time to know the names on each list. You fast start the couple into the business. As soon as you identify your top prospects, have the couple call the ones who live nearby. Take the couple out in the field immediately. Once you've shown them how we do the BMP, how we bring the meeting to the people, and how we help families, you've just sold them the dream all over again and locked them into the business. Field train prospecting with your team.
Which is more important? Make 1 sale? Recruit 1 person? Get 100 names?
Don't just go out with your people for field training sales and recruits only. Builders love to take their people out to prospect, contact, drop by, stop by, and especially to do the prospect list. When doing the prospect list at a new recruit's home, take a team member with you. That way, you help both the new recruit and you also train your team member.
You don't need to teach them how to recruit and build. Just do it. Your actions are worth 1,000 words. Create a fortune list. Every time you add a name to your prospect list, you add to your fortune as well as to your prospects' fortunes. Who is so fortunate to be on your list? A prospect list can literally change your life.
Drop by, stop by.
Contact many people many times.
One of the great secrets in our business is seeing people face to face. You can contact people through email, phone call, or text message, but the most successful way to contact people is by meeting with them in person. 1. Drop by a new prospect. Once you quantify and qualify the prospect list, you can take the new recruit to drop by their top 5 prospects, their friends, relatives, and neighbors. Dropping by a prospect with the new recruit is the easiest way to share the opportunity. The flat tire list. I often ask new recruits what if they encounter an emergency situation like getting a flat tire or catching the flu. Who are the top 5 people they would ask for immediate help? These people are very close to them and are also the easiest to drop by and share our story.
Normally, I do not call my friend to ask for an appointment. I just ask, "Friend, are you home now? Great, I will just stop by for a short time. I have something great to show you." Of course, if my friend is busy with something, he would tell me.
2. Doors open. Contrary to what people fear, most prospects are very friendly and receptive. In the last 26 years of my career, I hardly experienced any bad situations. The worst thing that may happen is a prospect who says they're busy or it's not the right time. In most cases, though, we're invited in with open arms because the prospects are the friends, relatives, or neighbors of the new recruit. 3. Element of surprise. When I make phone contact, either I talk to the husband or the wife. Sometimes I talk to the wrong person. But when I drop by, quite often I am in for a surprise. When I think that the husband would be the one who is interested, I actually find out the wife is the one, or vice versa. Other times, neither the husband nor the wife are interested, but rather the brother-in-law, cousin, or aunt whom I meet at the house. 4. Keep it short. Don't stay too long. Let them know up front that you'll be there only briefly, for example, a half hour. Give a quick overview of our business. The key is to sell them the potential and invite them to our next business presentation meeting. If they're interested in our financial solutions, we'll schedule a personal financial strategy appointment. We do not focus on recruiting or selling at the drop-by. The odds for you to find a potential recruit are a lot higher. With a drop-by, you can see 3 to 5 families a night. 5. Easier to handle objections. Seeing people face-to-face allows you to handle objections much easier than on the phone. They can see the conviction in your body language and the belief in your eyes. Also, they can't hang up on you. Using the business review card is also helpful in these situations, and if there are any questions left, tell them our manager will be able to answer their questions. 6. Easier to fast start. A drop-by prospect, after joining, is much easier to upstart because we know them. We visited them at their home and became familiar with their family. We've developed a good relationship. 7. Duplication. Your new recruit will duplicate what you do. They'll love to drop by and bring their team out to do BMPs. They become field-friendly from the outset. They love to be out in the field. Drop by a team member's home. Drop by to see not only new prospects, but also existing team members as well. Visiting a current team member builds relationship. Know her family. Diffuse some problems that may arise with the spouse. Impart a sense of urgency to the team. They will know that you are always out in the field and that you care for them. Drop by a former team member. Most people slow down or quit due to bad timing or temporary personal issues. Your visit can revive them. They can also give you referrals. Drop by a leader. You should always have time for your leader. Your leader should always have time for you. This is the person that will do or die with you in the long term. Drop by, appreciate her, and appreciate her family. 9. Drop by a client. Most clients know you well. You have been to their home 2 or 3 times already. Just say you're in the neighborhood, that you wanted to drop by to say hello. Most of the time, they will be happy to see you and appreciate your visit. Maintain a good relationship with your clients. They're one of your best sources of referrals for more prospects, more sales, and more recruits. 10. Drop by to build, rebuild momentum. It only takes 30 relentless days of drop-bys to build up speed. This is the most powerful way to build new legs, revive old legs, overlap leadership, and create a high level of personal activities, ultimately leading to an explosion.
Drop by. A system whereby BMP never stops. Personally, I love to do drop-bys. I get to meet new people. I have a chance to meet both spouses. I get to see their home. I learned a lot about a couple by dropping by their home. I would never be able to do all this had I contacted the prospect on the phone.
Prospecting and contacting with the survey card. In our business, we have several solutions to people's financial problems, but each person's situation is different. Some people are suffering badly and need help to solve the financial problem they are facing. Countless others are looking for an opportunity that will change their life. We are the ones who have the answer. The financial survey card is the perfect vehicle to do the job. By conducting the survey, you can bring the message and the solution to the people directly. When people answer the questions, they give you feedback on what's important to them financially. You don't have to sell. You don't have to recruit. You simply offer vital information to those who need it without any pressure or demands. If they wish, they will let you know whether they want to learn more about the financial concept and products or if they're interested in the business opportunity.
Advantages of the survey. 1. No pressure on the prospect to join or buy. 2. No pressure on the trainer to recruit or sell. 3. Eliminates fear of recruiting, selling, or talking to people. 4. You see more people faster.
Thus, prospecting and contacting become a lot easier, faster, and more duplicatable. You don't need to learn how to talk or what to say to people. The survey will do the job by itself. This can increase activities for both the new as well as the old team member. The perfect drop-by, stop-by tool. You can stop by, drop by, anytime, anywhere to survey people. Anybody is a potential prospect for the survey. The survey is very effective with the people you may not know well, and it works wonders with the people you know too. Sometimes it can be hard to open up a conversation with the warm market. The survey solves this problem. How to do the survey. Use the small flip chart with the survey. If the prospect shows interest, make a return appointment or invite them to the BPM. Ask the trainer, MD, to set the appointment if appropriate.
Ask and you will receive. Survey and you will get the answer. Those who ask the most and survey the most will recruit the most. Mission possible. 3 surveys a day, 100 surveys a month, 10 personal recruits, 3 new MD Club. You can change your life and explode your business in 30 days.
Getting referrals. Not all people will join or be interested in the business, but they can give referrals. Your clients. Your clients are a source of referrals, but not the only one. Your natural market. A lot of your family, friends, relatives, and coworkers initially will not join or buy from you. But if you stay in the business, in time the referrals will come. It's important that you always remain positive about your business and your products because they're watching you. No referrals will be given unless they see that you're happy with what you do. In fact, some of your natural circle who did not support you when you started may change their minds and eventually want to help you. Your acquaintances. You need to project an image of a successful business person, looking for more people to work with you and for you. A friend of your brother, the person who fixes your car, the cousin of your in-laws, a person you met at a wedding or a party. All these people may be interested or refer you to someone who might be. How to get referrals. Just ask for it. I always ask my clients, my family members, and my acquaintances to give names of people who would want to be in our business. I ask a lot of these "who do you know?" questions, and the results have been very rewarding.
Who do you know? Who do you know wants to make extra income? Who do you know wants to have a second career? Who do you know is dissatisfied with their job? Who do you know is not happy with their business? Ask many people many times.
When to follow up on referrals? As soon as possible. A referred lead is red hot. If you don't follow up right away, you may put it off and forget about it. After you followed up on a client's referrals, report back to your referrer. They really appreciate you for doing that, and if you were not successful, he or she may give you another lead that is better.
BMP and BPM. Bring people to the meeting and bring the meeting to the people.
BMP and BPM.
Bring people in, send them out, keep them moving. BPM. Bring people to the meeting. BMP. Bring the meeting to the people.
We bring the meeting to the people, then we bring people to the meeting, so that we can bring the meeting to more people, and on and on. BPM is like an airline hub. BMP is like the flight. What's the hub without the flights? What are all the flights without the hub? BPM and BMP must work together. We cannot run a system of BMP without BPM. And of course, BPM without BMP is very ineffective. The more BPMs and BMPs you do, the more prospects, recruits, trainers, and builders you'll have. It's a system whereby prospecting and recruiting never stop. When many operations started, they had lots of BMPs and home meetings. But when they got in office, they settled down and relied on BPMs only. BMPs should generate guests for the BPM, and recruits from the BPMs will create activities for BMPs. BPM together with BMP. Ideally, you should BMP people first, and then bring them to the BPM. That way, they are informed and prepared before coming into the office. A person who sees the BMP and decides to go to the BPM will probably want to join. On the other hand, many guests are often invited directly to the BPM. They tend to be reserved and conservative because they don't know what's going on. That's why you need the second meeting, which is the business interview at the office. But if you cannot arrange that, then instead you could follow up the BPM with a BMP at their home. You can do the presentation, the business interview, and the sign-up all at the same time. This approach is very effective, and you could meet the spouse, which can make the decision to join more solidified.
Thus, BMP then BPM, or BPM then BMP.
Home BPM. There is more than one way to share the business opportunity. Besides doing the BPM at the office, doing a home BPM has many advantages and yields great results. 1. Bring it close to home. Sometimes people live too far from the office. In such cases, it's much easier for guests to see the BPM at a location near their home. 2. Time convenience. The BPM at the office happens only on certain days and certain times. Home BPMs can be done any day and any time. 3. Easier to invite. The new recruit can invite friends, relatives, and neighbors to their home easier than to the office. 4. Easier to meet the husband and the wife. It's easier to get the couple together and show the presentation to them at home rather than at the office. 5. The recruit becomes more active. The new recruit takes charge of the business because it is done in her home. She tends to be passive and less involved when she goes to the office. 6. Easier to train and duplicate more people. When doing home BPMs, bring team members to help. They'll learn faster by observing and practicing. 7. Best way to expand and build long distance. Most long distance building starts with home BPMs.
A team that has more home BPMs has more recruits, more duplication, and more leaders. More and more people go out in the field. More and more people go to the big event. Atlanta Convention, 2002. Can you monitor these two numbers? How many team members go out in the field, and how many team members go to the big event? A lot of people fill out the paperwork and think they're in the business. You're not in the business until you're out in the field every night. For you to build the business, you have to ask, besides you, who else goes out in the field? When you call someone and their spouse says they're out in the field, that's when you got it made. When your downline goes out in the field without you having to remind them. But going out in the field in the local area is just the first test of discipline of an entrepreneur. The real test is getting people to the big event because this is the test that most people fail. Most people want to make money, but they don't want to go to the meeting. Many people can go to big events in the local area, but once you put it a little far away, Then you find out the real truth. The problem is, when you have the event close by, they show up late, and when they show up, they don't listen. But if you put the event far away, usually they show up early and they do study. It's funny. I don't know how to explain that, but that's the way it is. You can only build people this way. You build people by having them go out in the field every night, and you build people by having them go to the big event, because through the big event, they are built. I don't want to build people. I don't want to train people. People, you cannot tell them to do anything. But at the big event, they listen, and they listen to somebody else. All you have to do is find the right kind of people. But you can never find the right kind of people. You just got to find a lot of people and let them go out in the field and see if they go to the big event. And the system will help them or eliminate them.
The simple presentation.
The secret of the BMP.
The whole purpose of the BMP is to make it duplicatable. Your people must be able to copy you in a short period of time. They must say to themselves, "It's so simple, I can do it." 1. Short. We don't want to be there all night. The presentation should be between 30 to 60 minutes. What good is it if you spend 3 hours to recruit a person only to have your trainee depressed by the difficulty of recruiting and the amount of information they need to learn to do the job? 2. Simple. We want the new person to be able to memorize the presentation and duplicate us fast. Most people should be able to repeat your presentation after the 3rd viewing. 3. Don't answer questions. The purpose of the BMP is to share the good news about our financial concepts and our business opportunity. We don't plan to recruit or to make a sale. If they like the business, we invite them to our BPM. If they like the financial solutions, we schedule them to see one of our licensed experts to do the PFS. If they have any further questions, we refer them to see our manager. 4. Speed. Since it's short and simple, we can see many people in one night. 5. Duplicatable. In 7 days, trainees should be able to do the presentation by themselves. Since it is short and simple, and since they don't have to handle questions or objections, trainees should have no fear going out in the field on their own.
After 7 days, are your people ready to go out and do presentations, or are they still calling you to take them out? A sickeningly simple presentation. Personally, after watching the simple presentation 3 or 4 times, I felt very itchy to present it myself. By the time I watched 8 of them, I was able to remember just about every line, every transition, every word. Listening to this simple presentation over and over made me sick. I almost couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't wait to go out and do it myself.
Share your story. Sell your company's story.
The best presentation is your story.
Imagine you just came back from a wonderful vacation in Europe and shared pictures of your trip to a group of friends. You show off slides of beautiful churches, castles, monuments, and scenery, but you are not to be found in any of the photos. What a loss. People can probably find the same pictures of these places in books or magazines. What your friends are most interested in is how you enjoyed the trip, your feelings about the journey, the food, the people you met, and the memorable moments you had. Pictures of you and the expression on your face are worth 1,000 words.
The low-level law is to do the presentation. The high-level law is to share the story.
Over the years, I've found that sharing your story is the best presentation. When you show people our business, begin with your story on why you got involved and how you fell in love with the business. And before you end the presentation, make sure you share how this business impacts your life, how it makes a difference for your family as well as other families. Every great company has a great story. Remember the story of Ray Kroc, the ice cream machine salesman, and how he discovered McDonald's? How about Starbucks' Howard Schultz, drawn into the Seattle coffee house by its aroma?
The true points of your presentation are selling the belief in the mission, selling the belief in the vision, selling the belief in the system.
It's your story and your company's story that attract and connect with people. Your story is unique, interesting, and sincere. When you tell your story, it makes you more comfortable, and it makes your guests more comfortable.
Psychology of the presentation. When it comes to the presentation, it's not about the details, it's the reason behind it. When you do the presentation, you don't just sell the business, you sell your belief. When you go through the concepts such as the X-curve, you are not only talking about financial solutions, but really how they can make a positive difference for families and especially your own family. When you talk about a vision of a new industry, what you are literally doing is selling them your vision, your belief in how you see yourself and this company becoming very successful in the future.
Moving 92.5. Brooke and Jubal's second date update.
Having an ex call you while you're on a date is never fun.
Yeah.
I've had numerous exes bug me while I've been out on dates, like calling my phone nonstop. Now, granted, they weren't exes at the time, but they would call me and be like, "Hey, where are you? Why aren't you home? Haven't seen you in a couple days." I'm like, "Don't you know you're about to be my ex? Stop bugging me on this date."
You gotta get off me, lady.
And Kyle, who's on the phone today to do a second date update, apparently had his ex blowing up his phone the whole time he was on the date. And that's why he thinks he's not getting a call back. Kyle, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much.
To establish, this is a true ex, not like what Jubal just described, right?
No, this is a real crazy ex.
Okay.
So yeah,
What do you? So your email said she was bugging you the whole time. How'd that happen?
she was totally blowing up my phone, man. Texting me the whole time I was on the date, and she was just bringing up old stuff, and it was like
Oh, that's annoying.
just craziness, just stuff that doesn't even apply to everyday life.
And how long ago did you guys break up, you and your ex?
Like 6 months.
Ooh,
Wow, that's a while ago.
yeah. So has this been an ongoing problem in the last 6 months?
Yeah, every now and again, like every couple of weeks, I'll get like this barrage of insanity.
Yeah.
It probably depends on where you check in on Facebook. She's like, he's at a dinner place. He's with a girl. I'm going to call him.
And you know what, man? I don't check in anymore because of exactly that. I don't do any of that stuff.
Did she know that you were on a date?
I don't know. Probably. I don't know how she could have known because, like I said, I don't like broadcast it. I don't put it out there because I don't want to hear it, man. I don't want to get the crazy thrown at me.
Now, the girl that you went out with, did she know that she was bugging you, or was it just in your mind the whole time and it was hard to concentrate?
Dude, it got so bad that she was like, "Dude, you're blowing up. What's going on? Your phone is like out of control." So I kind of just told her, you know, just to kind of like get it off my chest and just be upfront about it and be like, "Look, I don't know, but my ex is blowing me up and it's insane, you know?"
You should have been like this. See, like once you go with me, like you're never going to be the same. So I hope you know what you're getting into. Be prepared.
What is the girl's name that you were on the date with?
Alyssa.
And what was her response when you were just totally honest about what was happening?
You know, in retrospect, I think maybe it kind of weirded her out.
Really?
I mean, I got so frustrated that I was just like, look at the crazy stuff that she's showing me, and I just turned my phone around so that she could read it, you know?
Oh, no. Why would you do that? That is a horrible move.
I mean, looking back on it, it wasn't the smartest thing to do, but
No.
it just felt like she wouldn't believe me otherwise. Like, she'd think I was playing fantasy football or something the whole time I was hanging out with her. I was just trying to be upfront, you know, so she didn't think I was some kind of creep.
All right, and then how did your date respond?
She kind of at first got a little quiet about it, you know, but then I ordered another bottle of wine and we had a good time, man. I really felt like the date went fine from there, you know. It just kind of felt like it took it totally off my back, like I was free again. And it really felt like from there everything went really well, you know.
All right, so you feel like you got past that.
Yeah, definitely.
All
Yeah,
right.
I mean, I at one point I knocked over a glass of wine, it spilled a little, and I picked it back up. That got a little weird, but other than that, Yeah, everything was fine.
You probably seemed like you were really shook from the whole thing. Like you're getting your phone, you're like, just look at it. Look what she's saying. Then you knock over wine.
Knocking stuff over, I hope you didn't think I was wasted, because I was knocking stuff over.
I gotta get another bottle of wine over here. My ex is bringing up all this stuff from my past, and I can't take it.
I really hope that's not what I sounded like, man. That's horrible.
Well, she's not calling you back now, so
So maybe that is what I sounded
maybe that is what you sound like. So, I mean, did you really like her, though? I mean, are you upset?
Yeah, no, I definitely thought we had a lot in common, We laughed a bunch. She was definitely cute. She looked like her picture. It wasn't like she was some kind of internet troll and she was trying to be something she wasn't.
Yeah.
She was a totally chill girl. I was totally thought I've been texting her and I get nothing back, so I don't know.
Though, when someone comes with a crazy ex, you got to weigh the pros and cons. The con is obviously the crazy ex, and is it worth it? I'm guessing she's going to go no.
Yeah, that's the way it feels, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. She might think you have
just-
a little bit of baggage, or maybe you're the crazy one.
Imagine how I feel. I've already got it taken on. It's terrible.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll play a song, come back, call her, and get your second date update, all right?
All right.
All right, man, hang on.
Moving 92.5. Brooke and Jubal in the mornings. Second date update.
Right in the middle of a second date update, and if you're just joining us, Kyle is on the phone. Today, he wants to call a girl named Alyssa. They went out for a first date, and unfortunately for him, before his first date, his phone started blowing up, and it was his ex-girlfriend. They've been broken up for like 6 months, but apparently from time to time, she bugs him nonstop, and she was bugging him throughout the date so badly that his date, Alyssa, asked him, like, wow, your phone's blowing up. And so he admitted that, yeah, his ex-girlfriend was bugging him. And then he even showed her the phone because he was frustrated. And they read over the texts. And then he knocked over a bottle of wine. So he thinks that maybe
Weird.
the ex-girlfriend not leaving him alone to have a good date and then knocking over a bottle of wine might have sealed his fate. And that's why he's not getting a call back. Kyle, was everything I said correct right there?
Yeah, except that I knocked over a glass of wine, not a whole bottle.
Oh,
Got
that
it.
is a lot less dramatic. I'll give you that.
That's a lot of bad stuff to happen on a first date. But you know what? I'm going to dial Alyssa's phone number right now, see if we can get her on the phone and find out if that is the reason she's not calling you back, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Hello.
May I speak to Alyssa, please?
Yeah, I'm Melissa.
Hey, Alyssa, how are you? This is Jubal from Brooke and Jubal in the Morning.
The radio station?
Yeah, the entire radio station.
Well,
I mean, why are you calling me?
I just wanted to talk.
yeah, she sounds
Honestly,
excited.
I need somebody to talk to, and I figured I would dial a random phone number, hoping that Alyssa would answer, and it all worked out. Sometimes life is crazy like that, Alyssa.
What's the real reason you're calling me?
Well, because I got an email about you. It's from a guy named Kyle that you went on a date with.
What?
Yeah, you went out with a guy named Kyle a little while ago, right?
Unfortunately, I did.
Okay, so obviously.
My first 8 BMPs. I saw the opportunity in May 1985 at a Saturday morning BPM. I made an appointment for noon the next Monday. I was so excited I joined right away, bought the product Tuesday, and went out in the field the same night to do BMPs. I started right. I scheduled 3 appointments for the first night because the trainer insisted on a minimum of 3 appointments to go out with me. The first appointment was my brother-in-law's home. He is so close to me, so I knew he would do the business with us. But to my surprise, he did not. Then I took a trainer to the home of my best friend, a sophisticated engineer. He did not show any reaction to the presentation. He was stone-faced the entire time and never said a word, not even a no. At the third appointment, another friend showed some interest but wanted to think it over. I was stunned. I thought all 3 of them would be very receptive, or at least one would, but not even one responded positively. I told my trainer that tomorrow will be better and kept apologizing for the first 3 failures. The next day, I brought my trainer to 3 more places, and again, no one showed any interest, just a few questions and remarks. I was so disappointed. We've been to 6 houses already. I had to do something the third night, but I couldn't get 3 appointments. I only had 2. I called my trainer and asked her to give me another chance and apologized because I could only find 2 appointments. And again, nothing came out of these 2 appointments. My first 8 BMPs were all failures. I was so mad I almost wanted to quit. I did not understand why the closest people to me all said no, or I want to think about it, but I couldn't quit. The thought of being a social worker for the rest of my life was even more painful. Also, I thought that we did good BMPs. In fact, we did everything right. After I thought about it, I realized there was no problem with our business or our presentation. It was their problem. I swallowed my pain and went on. The first year in the business, I was bad, but I learned a lot. I learned that this business is not as easy as I thought. I learned that even brothers, best friends, and cousins will not do business with me. I learned to move on and to stay excited even when being hurt. I learned that it was critical to go out as a team, me and the trainer, so we can motivate each other to keep going on. I did not take this business for granted, and I prepared myself for a long fight towards my independence. Builder's note. Although all 8 BMPs were not successful, one very positive thing came out of it. I was duplicated. I saw 8 simple presentations over and over again. I memorized it by heart. I was able to do it myself. There was no real secret. Another interesting note. Most of these people eventually either joined or bought from me. Some did so a few months later on, while others took a year. The rest is history. What is selling the dream? This is what we sell. Be somebody. Be my own boss. Own my own business. Control my destiny. Great income. Financial security. Provide for my family. Do great things for people. Travel nationwide and worldwide. Build a nationwide and worldwide business. Don't sell them your dream. Sell them the dream that is most important to them.
You should have BPMs regularly. We need to do the BPM at least once every 3 to 4 days because when people are prospecting, inviting, doing the BMP, and recruiting, they need to bring these new guests or team members to the office as soon as possible. Just like a car, which needs to be refueled regularly, our teammates need to be recharged, energized, and motivated after being beat up in the field. Our trainers and trainees need to be recognized for their efforts and to share their success stories. They can also share their experiences of what it's like to be a crusader and how they make a difference for families. Regular BPMs are predictable and convenient for leaders, teammates, upline, and downline to meet with each other to train, plan, and share crucial information. If you do BPMs only once a week, the cycle of business slows down tremendously. It will be harder to find and build serious and committed people.
What would you do if your car ran out of gas and you had to wait the whole week before you could get it refueled? Builder's note. Don't ever miss a meeting. Don't ever miss the BPM. Don't ever show any sign of tiredness or lack of enthusiasm in the BPM. Your team will recognize it and won't show up.
Daytime BPM. For so long, we did meetings during the evenings and weekends, assuming that most people have to go to work. We forgot that there are a lot of people who would prefer to do our business on weekdays during regular working hours. So by doing the BPM in the daytime, we attract a bigger, more diversified market.
The more BPMs, the more potential recruits, and thus, the bigger the market you penetrate.
Stay-at-home parents. Many stay-at-home parents have free time from morning until mid-afternoon when their children come home from school. One of Japan's largest securities companies built the majority of their sales force with stay-at-home parents. Day people. Many people feel more comfortable going to meetings and doing the business during the day rather than at night. People working at different shifts. Nurses, students, teachers, food service personnel, factory workers, and others may be busy working at night. Professionals and the self-employed. CPAs, lawyers, doctors, real estate agents, and others have flexible schedules and may prefer daytime business meetings. Unemployed and between jobs. These people are free during the day. Regular employed people. If it's important enough, people can ask for some time off from work to come see the business. And more.
J-O-B. The Journey of the Broke. Most employees work only hard enough so that they won't be fired. And most employers will just pay them enough so they won't quit.
Mozone. The environment to recruit and build.
Mozone, the momentum zone. It's an environment of energy, positivity, excitement, and power.
It's all about the atmosphere. In any entertainment center where there are crowds, a restaurant, a shopping mall, a show business, the environment is critical. When people feel good, they do good. When people feel intimidated or reserved, they tend to close their minds. Thus, always maintain a positive environment in the office, especially during the BPM. The BPM is showtime for our business. It's our opening days. It's show-off day for one of the best businesses and careers in the world.
It pays to smile, to be excited, and to be positive. What a business! Builder's Trap. A positive environment shouldn't be artificially plastic fantastic. It must be natural and sincere, so don't overdo it. The 10 Commandments of Mozone. 1. Sit in front. 2. Eye contact. 3. Walk faster. 4. Talk louder. 5. Smile. 6. Dress sharp. 7. Come early, stay late. 8. Declare your intentions publicly. 9. Raise up, stand up. 10. Stumble forward, stay confused. It's what's inside of you that counts.
Ten ways to build your confidence. 1. Sit in front. When I was a kid, I sat in the front row of the class. As I got to high school, I eventually moved to the middle. And by the time I went to college, I found myself somewhere in the back of the room. Ever since, I always took a back seat in my life. I always sat in the back, hid behind someone else, lost myself in the crowd. In most situations, I was content and sometimes happy about it. Nobody bothered me. Nobody looked at me or said anything to me. But that came with a price. I realized that I was not winning.
In a dog sled, if you're not the lead dog, the scenery doesn't change much.
As a short guy sitting in the back, I gave up a lot. I didn't see most things ahead, except for other people's hair. I was passive, not engaged, and frustrated. I was behind, and I found out most people were like me. In our BPM, for instance, if we set 10 rows of chairs, most people will come in and start sitting down at the 10th row first. And if we set 3 rows, they will sit in the 3rd row. Very few people come in and sit in front. Even team members prefer to sit in the back. One day, when reading The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. David J. Schwartz, who suggested some simple techniques to build confidence, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I realized what went wrong. I made an effort to change. I will sit in front from now on, I told myself. What a big change. It looked easy, but it's not that easy to do. Being a front seater will change your life. You will be fully engaged. You will be a student of the business. You will be coachable. When you sit in front, you take charge. You're at the front line. You listen more attentively. You have no distractions. You're totally focused. Your business mindset rises to a new level.
Great leaders always sit in front, fight for the front, and are always ready.
Sitting in front will lead your life down the winner's track. Not sitting in front could cost you and your team tons of money. 2. Eye contact. I was a shy kid who was afraid to talk to people, let alone look into their eyes. People told me it's not polite to look into older people's eyes. The fear of people grew inside me. I could sit next to another person at a party for hours without saying a word, as if I was playing a silence endurance contest. Not surprisingly, I didn't feel too good about myself. When I first started, this business was so uncomfortable for me. I had to contact people. I had to say something and look at people. But over the years, that was one of the best things that could have happened to me. I learned to look straight in people's eyes. I could see through them. I could communicate with them. More often, eye contact speaks louder than words.
Making eye contact establishes trust, confidence, and positivity with the person you communicate with.
Now, I feel a lot more effective meeting people face to face rather than talking with them on the phone. I'm confident and more comfortable with people as a result. 3. Walk faster. Your actions and your feelings go together. When you're sad, you walk slow. When you're happy, you walk faster. When you walk faster, you tend to be happier. The environment you're in will also affect your actions and your feeling. When you listen to upbeat music, you are active and you move quicker. A sad song will slow you down. Even my car can recognize that. When I am sad, my car drives slow. But when I'm excited, my car gains speed. Most of us wait until we feel good before we do something. Running a business based on our feelings is dangerous. The renowned basketball star Jerry West said, "You can't get much done in life if you only work on the days when you feel good." We can control our feeling. We can control our actions. We can control our life. Just walk faster. You will find yourself a happier, more positive person.
Hurry up. Get the job done. There are so many things in life waiting for you to do, to see, and to enjoy.
4. Talk louder. When you're sad or tired, you talk in a low voice. When you are energetic and happy, you speak louder. In fact, when you communicate, it doesn't matter much what you say. What matters most are the tone of your voice, the expression on your face, and the posture of your body.
It's said that the impact of communication comes 55% from body language, 38% from the tone of your voice, 7% from verbal content.
Just raise your voice one notch. You will feel stronger.
Every time I call home, my wife can tell right away if I had a good day or a bad one.
5. Smile.
The world's best way to communicate.
A smile affects people more than anything else. A smile builds quick confidence and changes the environment around you. One day at a doctor's office, most people seemed to be quiet, sad, or worried. Until a lady came in with her child. The minute the kid smiled, The atmosphere in the waiting room lit up. Everyone smiled, became happy, and began to talk to each other. Amazing what a smile can do.
When you smile, you change your attitude and you change the attitude of the people around you.
6. Dress sharp. I used to dress down very casual and was proud of it. It seemed as if I wanted the whole world to know that I'm a social worker. I'm poor. I'm carefree. I'm taking it easy. I got what I wanted. Nobody paid attention to me. Nobody took me seriously. Nobody talked any business with me. One of my cousins joined the business for months and never bothered to recruit me. One day, after I joined another person, I met him at a meeting. His first words were, "I never thought that you would want to be in business." Having a habit of dressing up and looking sharp changed my outlook on life.
If you dress up, you move up. If you dress down, you move down.
When you dress sharp, you feel better and look more professional. People don't want to follow a sloppy-looking leader. Your appearance is very important, but don't be too formal or flashy. It may intimidate our guest, our client, or our potential business partner. You should also ask your guest to dress properly. The BPM is a business meeting, but don't be too strict, especially with a first-time guest. 7. Come early, stay late. Most people come to the office on time or a little late, as if they go to work. On a BPM night, they come in, unprepared, lost in the crowd, hoping that their guest is somewhere in the Mozone area, hoping that their trainer won't be disappointed, hoping that their teammates won't get mad at them. I know. I was one of them. The day I happened to come to the meeting an hour early, I saw a totally different scene. I saw a lot of work to prepare for. The chairs, the microphone, parking, the sound system, training schedules, name tags, sign-in sheets, upstart kits. I saw a business at work. The minute the BPM ends, most people head to the parking lot and go home. I was one of them. Just like in any job, can't wait to get out. Just like in any classroom, can't wait for the bell to ring.
I'm tired, I'm hungry, and I want to go home.
However, when I got home, most of the time, I did nothing special like watching TV or reading magazines for hours. Then, one day, I decided to stay late. I saw a totally different picture. The meeting after the meeting, setting goals, getting commitments, leaders staying after the meeting to help serious people create a business plan, monitor activities, and do paperwork. After the meeting, people open up. The serious builders stay late, and the team goes out for a snack. It's their time to build relationships. They talk about the business in an informal way. They share a lot of insight and observation on how to improve each other's business.
When you come early and stay late, you're in control. You're in the business.
Successful business people show up to work early. Successful system builders master this challenge. Since you go to the meeting anyway, why don't you come early, stay late, and spend an extra hour at the office? This extra hour gives you an entrepreneurial mentality that most employees hardly ever get to know. 8. Declare your intentions publicly. You can't change or hit your goal unless you declare it and let many people know. For example, it's easier to quit smoking if you let everyone around you know your intention. If you have a goal, declare it. The goal is half done. 9. Raise up, stand up. When it comes to some challenge or task, many people can hardly stand up or raise up. For many of us, the last time we raised our hand or stood up was in high school. Even if people raise up, they can hardly raise their hand high past their head. And even if they stand up, they can hardly stand up long enough. It seems like people go through life carrying too much baggage. They were put down too many times. They got shafted by their boss, pulled down by their coworker, or criticized by their family. Their shoulders get heavy, their body worn out. Raising up is hard to do.
Stand up for something you believe in. Raise up to your dream.
10. Stumble forward, stay confused. Many employees stumble forward easily when their boss gives them orders. They proclaim, "I can do it. I'll find the solution." But when they have to work for themselves, they become shaky and hesitant. Moving forward may seem risky, but doing nothing is even riskier. You can't wait until you know everything before you do something. You can't wait until all conditions are right before you start something.
Success is never convenient.
Before success, you must fail. Those who never try never learn. Your activities create knowledge, but your knowledge won't create activities. I often hear, "Show me everything. When I get all my licenses, I'll do it big." Unfortunately, that rarely happens. Usually, these people don't even last long enough to get licensed.
Actions fight fear. Inaction creates more fear. Walk right through your fear, and the death of fear is certain.
Mistakes to avoid at the BPM. Showing up on time.
If you show up on time, you're too late.
If you show up on time, you're too late. You and your guest will have missed the whole point of the BPM, the magic of Mozone. As a rule of thumb, teammates should be at the office at least a half hour before the meeting, and leaders should be at the office at least an hour before the meeting. Bringing a bad day to the BPM. When you walk into the office, please leave your troubles behind. I know that life is tough out there, but we are in the people business. People at the office don't need to know about personal problems, traffic jams, or bad weather. Our business is selling happiness, a can-do spirit, a chance to make dreams come true. So when you enter the office, show that you're happy about what you do. Show that you're determined to be successful. Waiting for guests in the parking lot. Do not show that you are so desperate. If guests can find the parking lot, they can find their way into the office. Either you're in or you're out, but don't hang around. When you're at a meeting, stay in the meeting. The BPM hours are your working hours. It's your job to learn from other trainers, to work the system, and to build your business. It is not a time to hide in the office and use the computer, or go outside and talk on the phone. Your team may duplicate that. Other teams may duplicate it. You not only hurt your business, you end up hurting other people's business as well.
Monkey business. Monkey see, monkey do. In the duplication business, your people duplicate what you do, good or bad, and your people always do more than you. When you come 5 minutes late, your people come 10 minutes late. When you don't show up for one meeting, your people don't show up for 3 meetings. If you don't show up for 1 month, your people don't. show up forever.
Acting casual to a first-time guest. Every time one of your guests walks out of the BPM room, you have to be excited, even if you've listened to the BPM thousands of times already. You cannot act casual. You have to treat every guest like your first. Don't ever forget where you come from. Do you remember the first time you saw the presentation? Wasn't that powerful? Asking what they think. When the BPM is over and you meet with your guests, what you say to them is so crucial. Instead of asking them what they think, can you say something positive and affirmative? Can you say, "Is that powerful? Was that a great presentation?" This is an incredible opportunity, right? The presenter is very good, right? This is why you recommended them to see it in the first place. Doing the business interview before the business interview. Sometimes your guest is excited and curious to know more about the business and begins to ask questions. And you, also excited, begin to answer their questions. You do your upline's job too early. You do the business interview before the business interview. Instead of answering their questions, can you say, "Wonderful. Those are great questions. I'm glad you're interested. Write them down. I'm sure when you come back tomorrow to see my marketing director, she will answer all your questions."
Remember, don't talk too much, especially when you're not ready, when you don't know how to answer, or when you're not in control of the situation. The presentation in the BPM is to recruit. The presentation in the parking lot is to destroy.
Not using the business review card. The business review card is simple, clear, and convenient. We show the presentation, share the information, and they make the decision. It's also very duplicatable. Everyone can do it. Just give them the card. Either they want to take a look at the business, or they want to understand more about our financial concepts and solutions. They tell us what they want. Making appointments for the business interview. Work with your MD or trainer to set up an appointment. Understand that your MD or trainer is not making an appointment for herself, but rather for you. Do yourself a favor. Don't side with your guest and say he's too busy to make an appointment. Your MD understands that your guest has a job and a family, but you need to encourage him to meet with your trainer within 24 to 48 hours during the daytime. We need to talk to the guest while they're still excited. Hold the business interview within 24 to 48 hours. If you don't set up an appointment within 24 to 48 hours of the BMP or BPM, the odds for the prospect to come back for the business interview are low. When a typical guest goes home, he will talk to his spouse, his cousin, and his friends. These people are going to rain on his parade with all sorts of negative comments. You can't sell. There's no way you can do this, etc. That's why the sooner we see them, the better chance we have of answering their questions and eliminating their doubts. Do the business interview at the office. Normally, when you do the business interview in the office, you have more control. But if you have guests at the BPM who don't show up for the business interview, they probably got shot down by the doom and gloom crowd. In that case, you can follow up the BPM with a BMP and recruit them at their house. Follow up. Follow up for good measure. Call him up to remind him about the appointment. If you sense he has been negatively affected by his friends or family, offer to give him a ride to the appointment and reassure him that this is a legitimate and worthwhile business opportunity. The business interview.
The proper interview.
The main purpose of the second interview is to recruit new team members, offer them an opportunity to start a new business, and be part of a successful system. They must know that they are joining a strong leader and a winning team. As always, keep it simple. Things you need to remember for the second interview. At the interview, require the team member to be present with the return guest. He must learn to duplicate you. Inquire about their background. Review the flip chart again. Ask them, have you ever been in a leadership role or business owner role before? Do you plan to develop one? What is it about our message and our business that intrigues you? Do you plan to do something big or special with your life? Do you have any immediate needs to fulfill or urgent desires to achieve at this moment? For example, pay off debt, have your spouse stay at home. Do you plan to be a part of a demanding, strong organization to build a business? Answer basic questions. Tell them that most questions will be answered through field training and by our office training program. Take charge of your training program. Tell them, I'll see you tonight at 7 p.m. at your home to get started. By the way, it will be an honor to meet your spouse. Can you have dinner early before I arrive?
The second interview is not just to sign them up, it's to fast start them. Remember, this is not a lengthy classroom training. It's a step to move them towards a fast start. Personal financial strategy. First, you must understand. Then you have a plan, and you work your plan.
Personal Financial Strategy, PFS. After a person joins, we need to sit down with that person and their spouse to take care of their family with a personal financial strategy. 1. They need to understand our concepts and products. The reason we grow is because we provide such badly needed information and services to Middle America. From proper needs for protection to long-term investments, from managing debt to increasing cash flow, from creating an emergency fund to preserving their estate. Every one of these concepts can change lives and their families' lives for generations to come. I remember when I first saw the X-curve and the Rule of 72, I thought it was the eighth wonder of the world. 2. They need to be helped. People don't need to buy our products to work for our company, but it's critical that they know information about and solutions to their personal finances. They need to know their current situation and what they should do to take care of their family's financial security. And if they have the need and are suitable, they should own the appropriate products as soon as they can. 3. They need to believe in our mission. The best way to help new recruits understand what we do for the consumer out there is to see how it helps them first. Practice what you preach. Help people understand and believe in building a strong financial foundation. It's easier for them to be successful in a business that they believe in and that does good things for people. 4. Share, don't sell. A normal salesperson would sell anything the consumer wants to buy, even if that salesperson doesn't own the product. Crusaders share what they believe in and recommend to others what they would do for themselves. You don't really need to sell. That's why we join, we own, and we share. What's a crusader? What's our mission?
Do it right. Do it with pride.
We use the words crusade and mission often, but what do they mean in our business? Our mission is to make a difference for families by helping them build wealth for themselves and for other families. Our crusade is to share with people our financial concepts so they can increase their cash flow, manage their debt, create an emergency fund, provide proper protection for the family, build long-term assets, and preserve their estate. Now more than ever, people need to understand how money works, have a financial goal, and begin to build a financial foundation for their future.
Our mission is to make a difference for families, to help build wealth for families.
A crusader is someone who believes in what he or she is doing. They do the right thing. It also means that when they sell a product, they make sure that their clients understand all the advantages as well as the disadvantages of the product. The clients will only buy if it is good and suitable for them and for their family. Likewise, when we recruit new members, we must tell them the advantages as well as the challenges of the business. Crusaders die hard. When you have a good cause and a strong belief, you do it until you fulfill your mission. It is so good to be in a business where you can make a significant difference for families. With the stroke of your pen, you can protect the family, help their children save for college, and deliver retirement benefits, long-term care, and peace of mind when tough times come.
The 4-dimension flow. First dimension, MD trainee, then MD club, then MD, then MD factory. Second dimension, people gathering, then the big push, then the base shop building machine, then the hierarchy building machine. Third dimension, crusade, then dream, then team building, then winning. Fourth dimension, trust, then believe, then commit, then follow.
Understand the first block of the MD factory. 1. The first dimension, MD trainee. 2. The second dimension, people gathering. Why do you have to do prospect list, go out in the field to do BMP, or invite people to the BPM and do the PFS? The purpose is to gather as many people as possible to join our business, and of course, to bring in as many potential MD trainees. When you join, you should gather at least 3 people to qualify for MD Club. 3. The third dimension, the crusade. In the first block of the system, during the early stages of the business, the new MD trainee must see the goodness of the business, what we do to help people. It should be the mission, not the commission or the money, that impresses them. 4. Fourth dimension, trust. We have to establish a relationship and develop the trust factor. That's the reason why we come to the MD trainee's home to talk to the spouse. If the couple doesn't trust us, it will be difficult to get them started. 5. The fifth dimension, duplication. Everything we do in the first block will be duplicated. Either we duplicate good or we duplicate bad. Either we do it right or we do it wrong. Whether we make it complicated or we keep it simple, the trainee will copy us. Like most things in life, the first step is so crucial. We may not have a second chance.
By the end of the first block, usually after the first 7 days, the new MD trainee will draw one of two conclusions. 1. Wow, it looks good. It looks simple. It seems doable. I can do this. With this mindset, things will start out great. 2. Gee, it's all quite confusing. I need to learn more. I'm not sure if I can do it. If he has the latter thoughts, there will be a long, hard road ahead, and he may not make it at all.
The fourth dimension,
Without trust from the family, you cannot get a person to move.
the trust factor. It's a pain to work with somebody who doesn't trust you. How in the world does somebody join you one day and 3 days later on disappear? How does somebody listen to you one day and the next day doesn't believe a word you say? Something happened in between. The hidden reason. In many cases, people quit not because of the product or market conditions, but because of their spouse. Without support from the spouse, succeeding in this business is a losing battle. Solve this problem early on. The minute a new person joins, tell them, I need to see you and your spouse tonight at your home. Can you please finish dinner early so we're ready to talk about business? If she asks, what for? You answer, to get you started. The minute she says yes, she trusts you enough to let you in her home. Gain trust, present the business. The reason you need to go to her home is to gain trust and show the business to the spouse. If the spouse is busy, you should wait until they're available. Or if he can't see you, you should reschedule. You want them to know you're serious about this business. When both husband and wife agree to sit down with you, that's when you talk to them, because you need to explain the business to both of them. You should not explain only to one of them and let the one explain to the other. Both don't have to do the business, but both need to believe in what we do.
Have you ever known a woman who lets her husband go out every night and she doesn't know what he's doing? It happened to me. The first few weeks I went out in the field, my wife received a call from a cousin telling her she saw me driving around with another woman.
The only way to build is with a couple. The short time you spend with the couple is the best investment you'll ever make with them. You'll find out right away if this is the family you're going to work with, or if there's no hope. No trust, no work. The minute they trust you, they give you a good prospect list. And when they trust you, they don't mind taking you to see those people. But if they don't trust you, they're not going to give you a real prospect list. Instead, they hand you a list of people who, whether they join or not, don't affect them. Get to know the real family. At the home, you meet the real family. At the office, they are different people. But at the home, they're real people, comfortable at their own place. Make a good first impression. You come to their home, and the first impression is a good one. You show them a real business. You're committed. You care. You're serious. You're a person with a mission and a dream. You believe in what you do. You're absolutely positive. Your new recruit and her husband are fired up. The first appointment at her home determines the rest of her career because at the first appointment, she feels like rainbows. Build it right from day one. The new recruit joins in the morning, and that evening you're at their home. The next thing you do is take her out to her friends and relatives' homes. Do you need to explain to her that this is a home-based business? And when you take her out, she may have some doubts, but the minute you sit down with her friends and relatives, you show the mission, what we do for families. The information is so powerful and wonderful. You show it with all your conviction, and you treat her friends and relatives with respect and kindness. Don't you think your new recruit is proud about what we do? Now you have a real builder because she loves to go out in the field. She falls in love with the business from day one, and when she recruits somebody, she wants to go to people's homes. The minute she gets licensed, she can't wait to go out to people's homes. She can't wait to take her teammates to people's homes.
I'd rather recruit 2 people and do it right than recruit 10 people and do it wrong. I'd rather recruit 2 people and build people who trust me than recruit 10 people who don't trust me, don't know me, and don't want to work with me seriously.
Working with your spouse. Having my wife involved in the business was a tough decision. One part of me knew that she could help me tremendously. The other part of me wanted to keep her at a distance. Her involvement was sometimes challenging. One day, during a BMP, my wife took over, feeling that I was just dancing around. I should go straight to the point and close it, she thought. And every time I made a mistake, she would point it out. I did not enjoy that part much. We had so many differences about how to do the business. Moreover, her presence in the business created pressure. Sometimes I wished she was not involved. That way, I'd have less expectation to succeed. But I needed her. When I was down, trapped, or had no place to go, she always supported me. She came up with a lot of contacts for me. In fact, half of my organization comes from her.
The best recruit is right in front of you, your spouse.
When I traveled, my wife managed the staff and the team, and of course, she took care of the family. With her help, I had more time to focus on building. I would never be able to be what I am today without her. I am glad I asked for her support early on. Although it was difficult, I felt it was the right thing to do. I wanted to win. I knew that I would win, and I wanted her to play an essential part of it. I saw that in some families where the spouse was not involved in the business, by the time they became successful, one spouse felt guilty while the other was resentful. Their success did not bring them happiness. Building together. One day, I heard a woman complain that her husband would never go with her shopping. He fired back that she would never join him when he went camping. When his wife got together with her friends, he did not want to be around. And vice versa. She would do something else when he gathered with his friends. It happens to many families. Some think it's normal. That's the way many couples are. But that's also how people separate by degree. They're too close to pay attention to each other's interests. I got that wake-up call when I joined this business. My wife was not against me doing this business. It's just that she wasn't so interested. That's your business, she'd say. You can do what you want. I made a consistent effort to change that. I always asked my wife to be involved in what I do. And I also realized that I must be interested and participate in what she does. As for the discomfort of working together, I realized the business is just a mirror of our marriage. It's not the business that was the problem. It was our relationship. We had to learn to grow together. After all, it's our future.
Listen carefully. When you listen the first time, you may like it. When you listen the second time, you understand it. When you listen the third time, you feel it. When you listen the 4th time, you memorize it. When you listen the 5th time, you apply it.
Be a confident leader, not a confused squanderer.
Leading versus squandering. BPM BMP with conviction versus doing a presentation. Show vision and mission versus a part-time business. We're looking for serious, committed, hardworking individuals versus we will accommodate you and work with you whenever you're available. I'll see you at 7 p.m. with your spouse at your home versus may I come to your house tonight? We are going to fill out the license now and you will bring back the paperwork at 6 p.m. tomorrow versus here's the licensing paperwork. Go home and fill it out. We expect you to be licensed in 3 months and become an MD in 6 months versus can you finish licensing in 3 months and become an MD in 6 months? Let's work together and answer all the questions as I go through the prospect list process. Versus, think of people who may join you and write down their names. Definite versus iffy. Clear, concise versus confused, ambiguous. Confident versus worried about losing the recruit. Tell them all the challenges of starting up the business versus keep telling them how great this business is and convincing them that it will be worth their time. Show them every step that they need to do and every step you are going to do with them. Versus no schedule for them, no schedule for you with them. Show them the next step versus I'll see you next week. Make things happen and expect results versus please try your best. MD Club, the big push.
MD Club 3330.
The building block of the system.
In the past, building was difficult and slow. The builder had to carve stone and chop down trees, then put them together to build walls, houses, and other structures. Unfortunately, most of the stones and wood were not in the same shape. Thus, it required a lot of work to fit them all together. Then came the invention of the brick, the simple building block. Since they are all the same size, assembly time reduced drastically. MD Club 3330, the building block of the system flow. To start, the new trainee follows the trainer to build 3330. With the trainer's help, he will recruit 3 direct and observe 3 PFS sales in 30 days.
MD Club, 3 recruits, 3 PFS sales, 30 days.
Refer to graphic on page 96. Now, A, B, and C also become new trainees and run to become MD Club 3330. Refer to graphic on page 97. Build 3 MD Club. Build your way to become MD. You become MD Club, then A, B, and C duplicate to become MD Clubs, and so on. Everyone does the same. Because of this simple duplication, you can become MD, and soon A, B, and C can also become MDs. It's like laying 1 brick at a time, and soon you will build a great wall. Behold, through the MD Club system, we have broken the code to building a large organization.
Building a big organization just got easier.
The Fast Start Spinning Machine.
How fast can you spin?
When you fast start, you spin the trainee MD Club machine. When you spin the first cycle, you get 3 new recruits and 3 sales in 30 days. When you spin the second cycle with recruit 1, you get another 3,330. When you spin 2 more cycles, you get recruit 2 and recruit 3 to become new MD clubs. Every time you spin, every time you fast start, more recruits and more PFS sales come out. The faster the spin, the faster the fast start, the faster new MD clubs are built.
Speed duplication. The fast start spinning machine solves one of the most critical problems in building: speed duplication. Since the 3-3-30 is so simple and clear to understand, we can overcome the slow start problem, which often resulted in hesitation, doubt, fear, and failure.
The fast start system works beautifully when the duplication of 3-3-30 becomes the simple focus of the organization. Everyone knows that either they have to become MD Club or they have to help someone become MD Club. Thus, we simplify, unify, and begin to multiply.
3-3-30 opens the floodgates to fast start. Three, 3-30. A system whereby recruiting never stops. A system whereby sales never stops. A system whereby field training never stops. A system whereby duplication never stops. A system whereby cash flow never stops. A system whereby promotion never stops. A system whereby building never stops. A system to go deep and wide. A system to keep it simple. A system to make it clear. A system to do it fast. A system that is so doable. A system that builds recruiting mentality. A system to fast start a new recruit immediately. A system to train the meeting mentality. A system to build teamwork from the beginning. A system that trains the trainee. A system that builds the trainer. A system that mobilizes everyone out to the field. A system that builds strong replacement legs. A system that builds a strong base shop. A system that builds a big hierarchy. 3-3-30 is our MD Club. 3-3-30 is our building block. Focus on 3-3-30. Your dreams can come true.
Focus on your first 3.
The big push.
The purpose of MD Club is to make a big push to become MD.
Step 1. MD trainee. Recruit 3. Step 2. MD Club. Build 3 legs. Step 3. MD. Qualify for MD. Step 4. MD Factory. Build more MDs.
As you can see, the system is quite simple. Step 1. When you start, you recruit 3. Step 2. At the MD Club level, you duplicate that process with these 3 recruits to build them into 3 legs. Leg 1, Leg 2, Leg 3. Step 3. You qualify for MD. Step 4. You build more MDs. If you look at this MD Factory chart, the whole system depends on building MD Club members. Thus, MD Club is the building block of the system. You must qualify for MD Club and build more MD Club members. You must recruit 3 and help those 3 qualify for MD Club and continue the duplication process.
Qualify for MD Club. Then, build 3 MD Club. Then, build big base with 10, 15, 20 MD Clubs. Then, MD Club become MDs and build more MD Club.
Recruit 3 mentality. Once a new team member finds her first 3 recruits, there will be no stopping her to recruit more. Most importantly, during the initial stages when she recruits 3, she must learn how to recruit these first 3 people: prospect list, BMP, drop by, follow up. She has to go through a large number of people. Thus, she gains experience and confidence to become a good recruiter. Duplication. Leg 1, leg 2, leg 3. This mentality must be duplicated to build 3 legs, the foundation for a solid base. If a person qualifies for MD Club but fails to help her team members qualify for MD Club, the system won't work. Also, the MD must overlap leadership with her trainers and make sure everyone in the base qualifies for MD Club. Formula for success. Building equals MD Club to the nth power.
The formula that will change the world of building.
You get 3, then tell these 3 to get 3, and tell these 9 to get 3, and tell these 27 to get 3, and so on. Refer to graphic on page 103. Building equals MD Club to the nth power. This formula focuses on MD Club. If both the builder and the team member, the trainer and the trainee follow it, we have a clear and simple focus to build. Building and duplication become easy. The MD Club system.
The simple system to build MDs. Simple process. 1. Submit license. 2. Qualify for MD Club. 3. Run for MD. Simple recognition. 1. Obtain license. 2. MD Club shirt. 3. MD jacket.
Why MD Club? Focus new associate on MD from the start. Recruit to build a solid organization. Inject a recruiting mentality from the get-go. Retention. If everyone qualifies for MD Club, they are more likely to stay in the business for the long haul. Expect new associate to recruit 3 in the first 7 days and complete 3-3-30, 3 recruits and 3 complete PFS in 30 days. Keep duplicating 3 or more MD Club legs and become MD. Continue the same process on a larger scale over a long period of time to build a MD factory. The MD Club meeting after the meeting.
It's easier to work with the committed.
Create a culture of focusing on MDs in the base shop at the early stages. Identify the want to do versus the one who really does it. MD Clubs are our future MDs. Monitor. MD checklist. Organization chart. Activities and results. Minimum 3 points a week. A sale or recruit equals 1 point. Activities to be scheduled and results in the next 7 days. Deadlines for licensing and MD promotion. Motivate. Welcome new qualifiers. Recognize their goals and their dreams. Build relationships among club members. Recognize achievers big and small. Train. Train skills and wills of the MDs to be. Involve club members in the business. Setup, parking, meeting, convention, training, compliance, etc. Build up their presentation skills, their leadership skills, and their confidence. Compete. Foster an environment of competition. People tend to rise to the level of their group. They believe, if he can do it and she can do it, then I can do it. Competition eliminates fear. Systematize. Building a base shop, building new MDs becomes part of a system. Young MDs can work with other MDs to build, reducing the fear of those who have small base shops. More strength and faster speed are necessary to build MDs. MD Club members encourage and help each other to become MD. MD Club members must know how to do BMP.
An MD Club member is not a non-MD. They're a MD in the making.
MD Club members must become MD Club trainers. Follow MD to the field. Practice and master the presentation. Organize and support the home BPM. Do BMP. Take new recruits out to the field. Duplicate and build new MD Club members.
Once the MD Club member becomes a trainer, she can take people out in the field and duplicate herself.
Becoming a MD just got easier. Refer to graphics on page 108. Vision of promotion. Which one looks more simple? MD or MD Club? Telling them to become MD appears to be more difficult than telling them to build MD Club and their people to run for MD Club. Power of the MD Club. Build wide and deep. In reality, you may have to go wider and deeper to find a MD Club. Fast start.
It is critical to have a strong start.
You need to fast start a new recruit within 48 hours. It's easier to strike while the iron is still hot. When he's excited, he's willing to start right away. But his enthusiasm can fade away quickly, especially when he begins to face some negativity or rejection. Procrastination is a part of human nature. Whenever possible, most people tend to wait it out and see what happens before doing anything. A common response is, "Once I know it, then I will do it." Thus, most of them opt to get licensed before they do anything. They'd rather learn by studying rather than learn by doing.
If people have a choice between challenging and easy, they always gravitate towards the easy way out.
As a result, many fired-up recruits quickly lose interest and fear begins to set in. Licensing becomes a boring, tedious process. Most end up not getting licensed, and if they ever do, it drags on a long time. Worse, when they get licensed, they have no team and nobody to sell to. They become lonely licensed agents. Fast start to spark an explosion. If we can get them to go out with the trainer to recruit a few people, they'll explode with renewed enthusiasm. The chances of retention and of finishing licensing will be a lot higher. Help them qualify for MD Club by recruiting 3 and completing 3 PFS, and you'll have a winner.
Fast start the new recruit to MD Club. A new recruit who starts fast tends to duplicate a fast start to his team. A recruit who starts slow tends to duplicate failure to his team. It's hard to ask someone to fast start if you yourself move like a snail. Builder success orders. Join, own, share. 10K per month per license. 30 licenses in the base.
Can you walk and chew gum at the same time? What would you prefer to do? Please refer to graphic on page 111. Option A. Spend 6 months just to study and get licensed. Option B. Assuming you recruit just 3 people and help others recruit 3 who recruit 3 per month. In 6 months, you'll have 729 people. At the same time, you study and get licensed. Which one would you rather have? License and no team versus license and 729 people. Nowhere to go versus plenty of places to go.
Can you recruit and get licensed at the same time?
Upstart School.
If you don't have a fast start, you will have a slow start, or you won't start at all.
At Upstart School, the new recruit learns about the company, the mission, the system, and what she needs to do to become successful. A successful upstart school could advance the building career of a new recruit and provide her a springboard to become a powerful system builder. The purpose of the upstart is to retain people. If a new recruit doesn't do the prospect list, doesn't go out to the field to do BMP or invite people to the BPM, and doesn't have her personal financial strategy done quickly within 7 days, she may not last or will have great challenges getting her business off the ground. A recruit is not a recruit until she has a recruit. With a prospect list, the trainer takes the new recruit out to do BMP, BPM, and she may recruit someone. Once she has a recruit under her, she certainly will be excited. A recruit is not a crusader until she believes in our mission. With the training on our mission, the new recruit understands more about what we can do for the consumer and develops belief in our crusade. A recruit is not a potential builder until she follows the system. By doing the prospect list, BMP, BPM, and PFS, the recruit begins to systematize, becomes coachable, and follows the system. Advanced Program. In concert with Upstart School, many offices run the advanced program to train future trainers. Since there is product training, attendees of the program must have already submitted their licensing. They also need to get licensed fast so they can go out and practice what they learn. The advanced program 1 provides proper time to train. There are subjects that require more time than the normal BPM training hour. The advanced program would provide that time. 2. Allows more focused training. In advanced school, no time is spent on recognition and other BPM protocol. 3. Gives more confidence to team members. Knowledge of our concepts and products will help them understand what we do better. 4. Increases number of people who get licensed faster. The extra training helps team members pass their licensing exams. 5. The Crusade Building Machine. Consistent training prepares team members to offer better service for the client.
You've been waiting on your breakthrough, and now it's time to make your big debut. They'll be shining down that spotlight. You know they say it happened overnight. It's all, it's all, it's all, it's all, it's all, it's everything you've been searching for. It's all, it's everything. It's all, it's everything you've been working for. It's all, it's everything. And you could see it in your tarot cards, the way the stars align. There's a new moon shining on down.
Il était une fois une bande d'audionaturalistes, membres de l'association Sonatura, qui cherchaient un lieu où se rassembler. Après les vicissitudes d'une maladie nommée Covid qui durant 2 ans paralysa la planète, enfin, cette bande de passionnés de beaux sons de la nature trouva à se retrouver au centre de la France. Ce fut du 11 au 15 mai 2022 dans l'arboretum des Grands-Ursins au-dessus de la ville de Roanne. Un grand merci à Ludivine Damien Fargeau, au conseil de l'agglomération du Roannais et au syndicat mixte des Monts de la Madeleine qui nous ont accueillis et ont mis à disposition un local et les infrastructures de l'arboretum pendant les 4 jours. Très vite, le matériel s'étale partout dans la salle. Câbles, paraboles, pieds et microphones. Stand de vente de matériel d'occasion, tout y est pour le grand bonheur des participants. Les panneaux plans diptyques audio qui subliment nos enregistrements durant les 4 jours se dressent de chaque côté de l'écran pour les diffusions du samedi soir. Des repas communautaires s'organisent, le tout dans une improvisation maîtrisée. Mais voilà, ce lieu est magique. Un grand beau temps nous accueille, une forêt variée et épaisse, un arboretum aux diverses essences, du bocage et même des mares. Alors vous pensez bien que dans un tel environnement, cela chante de partout, surtout en plein mois de mai. Et en plus, petit bonus, il y a très peu d'avions, ce qui nous impressionne tous. Donc il arriva ce qui était prévu. Les magnétos et microphones ont enregistré la nature en toute heure du jour, comme de nuit. J'ai encore la vision de 2 perches et plusieurs micros, tous pointés vers le poste de chant d'un rouge-queue à front blanc, dans un arbre mort. Chacun, avec son propre matériel, sa propre technique, son désir de découvrir puis de partager, en a profité. durant le temps des pauses, les matins et bien sûr toutes les nuits.
Upstart School.